Sound check. Rick, there's no volume if you can hear me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 146th One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace for Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. Okay, my name is Rick Kremd. I'll be a host today, along with Mark and John. And of course, we are joined with the Universal Council, who will be presenting today's workshop. Okay, I understand there's no sound. We have some trouble here today. Can anyone hear me right now?
Yes, you're clear since you opened.
Okay, I can't hear you, so I'm having some issues here. I'm going to restart and see if I can hook up my audio so I can hear people. Okay, bear with me a minute. Okay, you hear me, I can't hear you, so that's an issue here. I have to restart. Okay, John, could you make me host again? John, can you make me a co-host, please? Sorry, make me host. You should be able to click on my name and then select host.
He may not be aware that that happened and he's doing something else. He might have stepped away. Hopefully not.
Hello, John. John Wells, can you make me a host, please? Hello, John. Are you there? Can you communicate somehow in the chat, maybe?
Can we continue until he returns, Rick?
I'm here, come back. You caught me at the loo. You want to be host? There you are. Have you fixed your problem, Rick?
Okay, let me try to get restarted here. And let's start the beginning show as well here. So we'll restart everything starting from now. Still not hearing the audio, unfortunately. Let me see here.
Did you update your Zoom, Rick?
Can you try speaking again, John? See if I can hear you now.
Yes, 1, 2, 3.
Nope. Okay.
Did you update your Zoom? I'll put it in the chat.
I can hear you when I switch over something else that I can't do the live stream with. I think it's an issue with my my live stream program. I had to update that as well. Okay, well, we may not be able to hear my voice on the live stream is what's happening. So I'm not sure if that's going to work or not. Hello. Oh, I think it is going through there now.
Testing.
Yeah, we can. I can hear you both. Yeah.
Nope, the audio is not coming through on my live stream program from you guys now.
I can hear you.
Yeah, you guys can hear me, but not on the live stream from the on the live stream.
But I cannot hear the background music of the introduction.
Pardon me?
The sound of the introduction, we did not hear it.
On live stream?
No, I'm on Zoom.
Yes, I know that. I know that, Emmanuel. But we can't hear it on live stream is the problem. It's not feeding through properly. You can hear my voice on live stream and me talking about you right now, but you can't hear you.
What about in YouTube? It's being heard. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Sure what to say. Let me see if I can.
We
fix
work with
something
what
here.
we have.
Let's try switching it over one more time. It's not working. Okay, well, I'm not sure if people on the live stream will be able to hear us today. If you're not able to hear on the live stream, I know you can hear my voice right now on the live stream, but you probably can't hear anybody else. And if that's true, then you'll have to go to the YouTube to hear the broadcast. All right, let's get started here. Let me bring up the today's show and let's get started. Okay, go ahead, Universal Council, please.
Hello, Moshfik. Hello. Hello, dear Rick.
Hello, we hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Can I speak this? I'm present this.
Yes,
Moshfik?
please go ahead. Oh,
Okay. Okay. Thank you. As Rick says, hello. Welcome, my dear ones. Welcome to the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. Welcome, my dear souls. Welcome to the foundation. Welcome to the Spaceship Institute. Welcome to the universal energy. Welcome to the all loving souls. Welcome to the ethos of the creator. So this is these are the beautiful words I want to read to you. Through the beauty of the soul of diversity of the languages spoken on planet Earth, all souls are as equal and all souls are as creators as they are created in the image of the creator. So all souls are in beauty and totality always and will be as the creator made us in this way. So I am UC Hindi language and salam, namaste, salute. Welcome again, dear ones. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, my dear Rick.
Let's move to the next slide, please, Rick. Stefania?
Yes, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Me too, I said, wherever you are, because as we know, this is a worldwide platform. So this is a day where all the knowledge seekers, new, old, we all meet up here in one platform every Tuesday from all over the world. So that's why I have to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Stefania, I'm representing the Italian language. I'm gonna speak a little bit slow because I do also translation, and I know that for people who have to translate in other languages can be a little bit of a challenge when someone talk fast. And I know I talk fast, so I will try to talk a little bit slowly. So we decided to do this slide where we said connected knowledge seekers. As Mr. Keshe said in the last teaching, this platform are for knowledge seekers all over the world. So it doesn't matter which race, doesn't matter which background, which color. It is open to everyone who seek knowledge. And we make this platform to unite and share the knowledge. And we've, as you know, with the vision of have world peace. So we have to start to sharing and yeah, sharing space, sharing knowledge, and working all together. So I was thinking about this lately, and I've been trying to be present to the all public teaching that are happening right now of the different languages. And what's happening now, for who doesn't know, we start to have mixing the knowledge between different languages. So we have, for example, we had the Vietnamese knowledge seeker. They presented on the Farsi teaching. And then we have the Chinese, be in the Portuguese teaching, and we had the Chinese in the Farsi. So it actually, I for the first time, I thought this was really great. You can really tell, we can kind of see what each other's did with the plasma technology up to now, and how the plasma technology apply in all different countries. And also we try to learn from each other, especially from the languages that doing very well, who have been quite successful, thanks to the hard worker of all volunteer, because as you know, we are all volunteers. So some of the languages they done very, very well. They had a really good response. And then I noticed some languages they focus in certain things and other language in others. So it's good to learn from all of us in a different way. Like, for example, I really love the Vietnamese presentation that we had also last week here. The knowledge seeker shows how they put to practice the plasma technology in their country to find solution for the issue they have in their countries. So I would like to, so the idea of these slides is to really now focus on this, on really get the, and it's more referred to you that you listening right now, that you maybe probably you're new, and you got lovely ideas that you want to maybe say or propose, or maybe is referred to also older knowledge seekers who they maybe experimented with different stuff, and they've been follow us for many years, but maybe are quiet and they never come forward. I know there are people like you, because we had experience in our Italian group that sometimes we had the people popping up and they said, yeah, we've been following you for years and years, and I've been helping my neighbors, or I've been helping my I don't know, my sister or my dog, and they've been applying the plasma technology and supporting and helping people around them. But they told us a story as well, but they never come up in public. Like, for example, in one internal meeting, we have a guy, I cannot remember his name, but he's he's Italian, and during the lockdown, he was in Brazil. And he told us, and I didn't know that, so I will not know from him. He said to us, oh my God, we were helping like hundreds of people a day, or hundreds of people a day were contacting us. We were really well organized. So it was such a nice story. But I think this platform, it's where people like you, that you've been a little bit on the background, they should come here and share their story, or share their ideas, or share their concern, or whatever they think. I remember few maybe months ago, or where in One Planet, One Nation, we had a few knowledge seekers that were actually new. I think one was Barbara. Sorry if I mention your name. I just you stood up in my mind. And they said, I'm new, but it's very hard to find the information about, for beginners, how to start, how to get for someone who's starting to find you and to follow. So and then another person said the same things, that for him he would love to have an index where we could collect the data. So, and then from there come out that I think Jalal is doing something with that. So and then we had also another situation where I had some Universal Council support. They said to me, we don't hear the Universal Council as much. Let's do some meetings. So this is the platform. This is the platform where we should find solution, because and it's the platform where, because you're listening all from all over the world, so between all of us it should be easier to find solution for different issue, and also will be very easy for us to also not repeat the work twice. So so for example, I'll make another example. I know for a few meeting ago that Mr. Keshe said that Jalal was doing some work on the index. I know that in the Italian group there is some guys who also would like to work on the index. So I just so what I can say, okay, if anyone wants working, if anyone does an index, or anyone get together to do an index for the beginners, can maybe speak up now, and we can organize or start to get organized how to do it. I know that Emmanuel start the structure of education, and he showed us few months ago what he was doing, that he took started to take teaching of the children, knowledge seekers. So maybe we can discuss about this. We can find one Tuesday where we can discuss about how can we make this index, and who people in the whole world of the Keshe Foundation already doing something that can speak up. So we see where we are right now and how we can organize this. And if anyone is new who want to help with that, you know, we can use this platform maybe to organize. These are just ideas and put it out. Or, for example, I had a few ideas. For example, you know, for the manufacture it, like sometimes when I use plasma around the house, I'm thinking, oh, this can be a good idea. This can be a good idea, no? So maybe we should organize such a way where who has ideas on how to play plasma can speak with people of the manufacturing, or I don't, where we can connect each other. For example, I have a dog who is not mine, is my boyfriend dog, but he's got a bit arthritis, and I'm using actually I don't go into that because I don't want to go into that. But what I'm saying is I'm using plasma to how can I say it, to my dog likes it, so I use it for him. And I was thinking, okay, I can have a suit, you know, the suit that we use for men. Maybe we can have a little suit for dogs, you know, ideas like this. But so if we can use this chat to communicate ideas and to organize the way we want to work. And another idea I had, actually, because there was the interview of the religious people in the Brazilian group, and was really great. And suddenly I thought, oh, I would like to invite this guy that it's famous, Joe Rogan, from the radio station, invited to this platform, or invite Graham Hancock. He wrote books of Asians, like pyramids, you know. I thought maybe we can invite him in this platform, because they are all knowledge seekers like us. Or maybe we can invite Bruce Lipton. He studied the behavior of the cell. So I've been watching these videos because, again, the son of my boyfriend, he likes those videos, so I end up to watch them. And I think, no, these people are really in line with what we want to do. Why we don't invite them to their platform? Or even Saraguru, I don't know if anyone knows him, from India. So I was thinking, let's use this platform to interact more between us, and also to invite people that we consider people maybe we could learn from them, and we can exchange knowledge with them, and that we like to have to this platform. So I just wanted to know what you think. I'm asking to all of you if anyone want to do any feedback on what I just said now, or add something to it. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefania. It's Dean here from the UK. I'd just like to add, from my perspective, from my soul intuition, I would just like to try and say to everybody present, all souls are present with us. So every single being on the planet has a soul, and you're all present. You're all present in this meeting right now. You may not be in your physical body, in your physicality, but as a soul, you're present, because all souls are connected. So when you come to the right position, when you understand certain truths about being a human being, about being a soul in a physical body, we all connect. We all come to the same place where we come to serve and help others, give unconditionally. Once you start giving unconditionally, you receive back. So this platform that Stefania has very kindly just proposed for everybody to interact with, bring your thoughts and intentions, bring your creativity, bring your beauty to life, bring it here and share it with everybody. Give unconditionally, and you will find that new things will start to happen, start to resonate within your life, within your being. You'll be part of a bigger picture, which you are already connected to. You are part of the bigger picture. But when you start interacting with your physicality and connecting that with your soul, and interacting on such a public platform like this one, and sharing and giving to the community, your local community, let's say giving to your family, let's say giving to your dog, your cat, to your partner, to your children, the family, and then extend that family out further and further until we get to the whole family, which is us, which is humanity. Humanity is in a position now where we all need this integration. We all need to come together and start singing a harmony, a melody together, singing a beautiful intention that helps all of us, that connects us. Bring forward your if you're connected with, let's say you have an interest in anything that you're interested in, any groups. It could be we've invited religious peoples, we've invited politicians, we've invited people that work in what we would classify as a normal job. But all souls are beautiful, and all souls are equal. So each and every beauty you have, you can bring forward. Many people have stories about their daily lives that they keep to themselves. But when you actually express those feelings, those emotions, you bring forward a new reality. As long as you keep it in a wonderful, forward-thinking, high vibrational, beautiful thoughts and intentions to help and give, you will be rewarded, and you will find it very rewarding to connect with the larger family, which is yourself, because you're all part of humanity. So whichever group you're associated with, whatever you're involved in, we're all the same. It's us. So it doesn't matter what your interests or what your beliefs or where you come from. We all just one. We're all the same. So please bring anything you can onto the table, bring it forward and just communicate. Let's get the field strengths. Let's start interacting with each other. So the sun always shines constantly. Even when it's a cloudy day, the sun is always shining bright. And you have a sun inside you. It's called your soul. And your soul is a bright, bright light. And we need to see that bright light now on this planet so we can start integrating and bringing humanity to a place where we can bring a new reality forward, bring the consciousness up of humanity to a point where all of us elevate, where we elevate each other. And our being of thought and intentions will then elevate all the realities around us, the plants, the animals, every interaction you have on a daily basis, whether it's just speaking with somebody or an interaction where you are literally just communicating with your child, or you are walking down the street. It's all interactions. It's all a field strength. So it's all very, very important. So if we can start connecting those and we can start bringing them forward and sharing equally, we can raise this vibration and we can make humanity that most beautiful creation that it always is and it always should have been. Just always think about there's a golden light shining, and that's you. It's inside you. So let's bring that golden light forward and share it with everybody unconditionally. Bring the love and the beauty forward. It's time for all languages, all nations, the whole of humanity to become one, because you are deeply, deeply loved, each and every single one of you. If you understood the love and intentions for each and every one of you, you would walk the path. You would do anything to be part of something that is so beautiful. So please come forward and bring your knowledge and your wisdoms and your funny jokes and the laughter and the joy of life. Bring it forward and come and share it with everybody. We would love to hear from you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stefania.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you are. This is Oza. And some of you might have heard it and some of you might not, that one of the greatest scientists in Iran was assassinated last week, Friday. And my condolences goes not only to the family and Iranian community, but to all humanity, because even one scientist is too much to lose. Mr. Keshe was in the Farsi teaching yesterday, talking regarding the loss of a scientist, and he put it in a very good way that scientists are a prophet, just like the other prophets. They're the prophet of science, and we killed them. We killed one of our prophets, and it is so sad to feel and to see that how humanity, to what extent it goes to bring the old back. And then there are some resistant, as I noticed yesterday, a gentleman at the end came and asked, because his way of thinking is they killed one of the biggest head of the army a few months ago. Now they killed a scientist. So it's time for us to go take revenge. And I said, and Mr. Keshe also explained, I said, so what do we accomplish? They come and they kill us, we go and kill them, and we keep doing this. We make some children without the father, and some mothers without the husband, and some sisters without the brothers. What is the end of it? And the gentleman did not even, he asked me a personal question. He said, if I come and kill your brother in front of you, what would you do? And I said, I would not touch you, because it's not my job. Because If God created me and created all of us, and all we have to do, we have to think good and do good. And that's all I have. And the only key I have in my hand is love. If you kill my brother, I love my brother, but I would not bring myself to the level of your vibration and your understanding. And bring myself to that level, I just not touch you because I know God has planned for you. So why should I make my hand dirty when I know you have done something that you have to pay the price yourself? Why should I take the action? My action, because I was created with love, you were created with love, but you decided to turn your back to love. And you decided to take take the action in your hand, but the action is the hands God. And if my action is in the hands God, it means my soul direct me where to go, because I am part of God. But the only thing is, when we realize that the people who really don't want to bring the peace or become one nation, one planet, one race, they go to that extent. And ultimately, what we need to do, all of us, is just ask ourselves one question: any thought, any word you want to utter, ask ourselves one question: what I'm about to say next, or what am I going to think next, does it come from love? Just one question. It doesn't matter if it's about yourself or about your neighbor or about your country or about your city or about your children, your husband and wife. It doesn't matter about who. Just one question about any thought or any word or any action. Is this coming from love? If the answer is no, just don't do it. If we just all do the same and we just correct ourselves, ultimately everything else correct is by itself. Because one of the biggest issue of humanity is, actually I got a quote today from Sadhguru, because I usually get his code every day, one code a day, and because I finish all his classes, and I don't know if you do one of his classes, you get the daily code. He says, life is not in our activity, not in our possession, and not in what we touch, taste, see, or smell. You are life. The rest are just ingredients. If we all understand, you don't need to do anything to be who you are, to be just life. Nothing at all. If you understand this, everything will fall in place. But most of us, we always think we have to do something to be seen, to be loved, to be here, to be held. But we don't have to do anything. You don't have to improve anything to anybody. Once we understand this, everything becomes so easy. And that love that you have, once, is sometimes you meet people that they just, when I look at Iran and Israel, I look at you see two brothers, and one of them is more like a hard-headed, like if they fight, he doesn't want to come and say, I'm sorry. One of us has to take action, and the other brother goes in and grab him and hug him. Suddenly he just, blast into a laugh and start and say acceptance. This is a situation, the way I look at it, like one person, one country can go and just take the initiation and reach the hand of peace. The other one is going to come to the table. There is no other way, because this is just the game is being played. But in reality, these are all nothing. It doesn't have any validity because it doesn't come from love. And once we take that step and just open our heart and just go for it, everything is going to unfold itself. Everything is going to fall in place. So my message to all Iranian people, if they hear me on this, on today's One Planet, One Nation, One Race, just let's look at things in a different way. Let's look at things in a way that we say, I'm going to make the first step. I will take the I will reach my hand. I have nothing to lose. I mean, we've been sanctioned for 40-something years, and we have lost a lot. But the only time we can really win and we can really come forward is just open the door to the science and reach our hand to the world leaders for peace. That's all. Instead of wanting to take revenge or do harm to others, because there's nothing in it. Nothing in it for no one. The only thing is in it I can see only for few people who hold certain governmental position or certain organization, and they want to run the same show. They just run the same show. But for you and I, who just simple people in this world, simple human in this world, there's nothing in it for us except more of the same. But with love, and only love, you can conquer anything. And actually, I gave a message to all the Iranians who were online yesterday. I said, any of you, just try for a month. Just think with love, do with love, work with love. You will see how many doors in so many aspects of your life start to open. Because the only key was given to each of us when we were born. That's the key from the Creator, which has only that key, which his essence is, that is love. The Creator doesn't have anything else. When we come to this physicality, we have yin and yang, magnetical, gravitational. We have left brain, right brain. So male, female, we have the duality. But in essence, everything comes when it comes to the center. When yin and yang meet, becomes nothing because it's only one. So when you move from that love, you do everything with love, at least for a month, all the doors open because you have the key. The only reason, if your financial is not working correctly, if your health is not working correctly, is the people around you, not the people you want it to be. All of them, you lock it yourself because you're not moving from love in your life. The life within you is love by itself. Every single thought, every single action, every single word that is negative, you lock a door for yourself, not even for others, for yourself. And I see it very clearly, and I see it in my life. If you want to walk in a park as if you're free from everything, just bring that love in every aspect of your existence. Forget about your possessions, what you have, what you don't have, where I'm standing, what are my belongings, who's my brother or my sister, what is my profession, where I want to be seen. Just be nothing. That nothingness brings you so much freedom. Just become nothing, become zero. When you become nothing, then you start to have that fountain of joy started to come out, and that fountain started to become beautiful. And that joy constantly is coming out, and it gets bigger and bigger. And you cannot get rid of it. You could be sitting and doing nothing, and you're so joyful, and you think to yourself, what the hell is going on here? I'm not in a party. I'm not in a place that, people say, if you go to this place, you're going to be happy. I'm just sitting in a corner of my room. I'm just sitting on a blanket. I'm just so joyful. What's going on? I'm not eating an $800 meal. I'm not driving a Mercedes. I'm not driving none of that. Because the joy comes from within us, not outside of us. The joy doesn't depend on what you have, and what you wear, what you hold, what you look like. None of that has the joy. We created all those attachments, and we fool ourselves. And anybody who has that, you see it outside, who has that, those joys are temporary. You go buy something for yourself, you become joyful. The next day you want to buy something else because that one lost its meaning for you. But that essence that you are life within, that joy is always throbbing within us, constantly. Constantly. If somebody says you're ugly today, it doesn't shake it. If somebody says you're fat today, nobody shakes that. If somebody says you're nothing, you're a beggar, nothing can shake that. Because everybody is love. I can go to the street and in front of a beggar, I can bow to that beggar. Why? Because that beggar is life. I can bow to his existence. Every existence is precious. It doesn't matter who they are, where they are. If we get that really, in ourselves, the world becomes so beautiful. You don't see even ugliness. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Azar, thank you for that. That was wonderful words. One thing it's Dean again here. I'd just like to say is Mr. Keshe always said that sometimes when people do wrong things, and this can be on a local level, it can be your brother or sister, it could be yourself, it could be a nation. But when they do some wrong, and instead of being in arms against them, you go up and you give them a big hug and a kiss and a cuddle and say, I love you. They feel ashamed of what they've done. A deep resonance, because within us, we all know right and wrong. And we all know the truth within us, that love aspect. And that's what we really are. So when you do wrong, we love you more, and we give you a kiss and we say, thank you. We love you. Thanks, Azar.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely. I want to add something also. Thank you, Azar, and thank you, Dean. Yes, to remind what Mr. Keshe told us not long ago, that we have to ask the people who sometimes create the problems to elevate us. I really like that approach. So to wherever who create, if you have any problem with anyone, you just ask the other person to elevate you. I think that was really good way to deal with, because we start here a new, if we want a new world and have a peace in the world, we have to make the effort of start with a new page and rewrote the whole structure. So, and when you read the Health Constitution, that is very beautiful. Actually, I will recommend maybe to read one here again. It's where we stop to blame each other. We stop looking at each other's, and we actually start to work on ourselves. So if each one of us stop to look at each other's, and you just focus on what you do, this is what a lot of time a shifu. Shifu mean shifu in Chinese mean teacher. It would say, the wise Shifu, it would say, stop looking each other, just look what you do, and think about, take self-responsibility for what you do, for the choice you make. Like a lot of time Mr. Keshe said, can be any choice, from the simplest one, if it's just for your own good, or if for the good of you, and all that is the change. We have to think about us and the bigger picture. If we want to be united, we have to think about the bigger picture. We have to start to think as one. Like a lot of time Mr. Keshe said about the Universal Council, we have to become one soul. So we have to become one soul of humanity. We have to become one soul of the Universal Council, one soul. Our bodies go physical soul, so all our cells go one soul. So we start to get to embrace how the universe works. If this is the direction we want to take, somehow we get caught up on the old habit. This is what I noticed. For example, also in the Italian group at the moment. So I noticed that when you work with many people, it's very easy to sometimes take personal or assume. You know the 4 agreement, where give your best, don't take personal. Be truthful, like the 5 pillars. We're always going around that line where at the end of the day, if you just focus on yourself, don't look what other people do, just focus on your own conduct, see which is the best you can do in everyday life, and then the rest will follow. And that will be I see the only way, if we all together, we want to become one soul, because so I think it's the only way, because as we get bigger in number, as you know, for example, in the Italian community, we had some problematic. I'm not say here because I don't know details myself, but for us now as a challenge, because there are a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of not knowing, or a lot. So it's really the only way now. It's really to open the heart 360 is the only way. And that is the unconditional love. So it's really nice how daily problematic of the day that happen in a small scale, they of course will happen in a big scale, and how you sorted out this problematic. So the only way I found at the moment with what's happening now, that we have to open the heart 360, that it's pure, we have to really understand the meaning of unconditional love. We have to really understand what this means. And somehow we have to then apply to our daily life in order to have peace in your own home, with your own relatives, brothers and sisters, or with your own city or village or towns. This is the only way if you want to get the peace in the world. Start from very, very small. Start from you, from each one of us, on be self-responsible, because I really like what Mr. Keshe said one day, and for me it was a little bit frightened. He said, now it's finished the time, the people tell you what you have to do. It's finished. Now we got chance to start with a white page, and you can write everything you want in this page. So now it's not anymore tell you what to do. You have to get initiative. You have to become creative. You have to start to. So I don't know. Maybe I come up too much from the things, but my point is this: that to be united, we have to understand what does it mean unconditional love and put to practice, and from each other's. And also, what does it mean open the heart 360? So when we say that we don't judge anyone, and when we say that we're here to elevate each other, that's what we does mean. So anyone mean anyone. So again, it's a new way. We have to just get used to. But we cannot pretend to have a new word and keeping up with the old habits. I just want to add this. Thank you.
I'm just looking at the screen now, and I'm reading Connecting Knowledge Seekers. What is a knowledge seeker? Are you a knowledge seeker? I know I was. When many years ago in England, I went through an experience where what many people say is waking up, where I suddenly found that I literally one day opened my eyes to a new reality. I became self-aware of my environment, the situations around me, the larger environment, and the conditions that were set in place to give me that environment. And so when I opened myself up to my truth, and I looked out at my reality, I started to interact with it in a different way. I started to do all the things that we've spoken about this evening, where I am right now. For some of you, it would be the middle of the day, and some of you, the morning. Hello, by the way. So when I started to interact in a different way, with loving intent, and through the knowledge that's been given to us through the teachings, and the interactions with the souls that are present here, and are present with you always, my realities changed, my interactions changed, my field strength changed, my soul connection changed. I noticed certain fields that would normally resonate with me, because I changed my position. Those positions changed as well. They weren't always for the best, because for them, I seemed to have changed as a person, and they didn't recognize that change in me, because it's a reflection of themselves. What they were looking back is themselves. And so it's not always an easy transition, but for each and every one of you, when you do start to give out love, unconditional love and giving, the process that you come to a point, you come to a pivotal point where you suddenly become, you see positions, you see other circumstances in other positions from other people and other groups of people that you know are not right, that are not fulfilling the beautiful beings that they are. So you start to interact with those beings when they come forth, and they might interact with you on a physical form, or they might interact with you with a thought and an intention. But with this knowledge, you just give back unconditionally. And then through many teachings across the world, when you start acting like this, the bad things, or the things that we think of, I don't want to say the word negative, but I have to, I suppose, that are negative, they just bounce off of you. It becomes a different, you create a different environment, you create a different field around you. You bring the soul out of your physical body, and it tends to give you like a field around yourself that many people cannot walk through, that many people cannot interact with. because the key to this field is within me. And the only interactions that can be with me are the ones that I allow. And I allow everything to interact with me that's in an unconditional loving environment and wants to give unconditionally with all their heart and soul in a beautiful way. And so that interaction changes everything for me inside my reality, because I only I only can receive the feel strength of loving intent. Other interactions, other environments around me try to interact with me, but because my intentions are stronger, the stronger feeds the weaker, the interactions are very beautiful from a position of love. And then my love and my intentions will feed the weaker body, the weaker physicality, the weaker presence, the weaker, I don't want to say weaker soul, the weaker field strength. And by doing that, we then become balanced. And when once we're balanced, we can interact once again. And then we both move on in love and joy. And then the interactions, the environment I'm in changes. So I don't confront anything that is not of a correct order. We just let it go past. We don't interact with it. We just give it love and let the field strengths gradually go through and find the position where those entities feel the same love and beauty that I've experienced myself through the knowledge of the beautiful teachings of this foundation, the wonderful feelings I've had through the Universal Council and being connected on a one-to-one basis with all the souls. It's a very special thing to feel that inner peace and beauty, knowing that all the souls are present and love unconditionally and just want to see you in your best light. So I'd just like to say that. Thank you for listening, everybody.
Thank you, Dean. Talk about interaction. I really like. There was a workshop. I think was the North American teaching of last Sunday, where Mr. Keshe talked about how the fields, how the plasma work. I'm correct, isn't it? Is the correct teaching? I don't know if, but definitely recommend to watch it. It was really good. Yeah, I just wanted to add this. So I don't know now if here there is anyone present listening that didn't speak and want to speak, and come with if you have an idea or any experience. They had experience with the plasma, just to see if anyone want to share anything right now, who listening from any languages.
Stefania, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to come forward. So one thing I would like to say is, having been lived in the UK for most of my life, I then moved my position and went to another country and experienced the flavors. It's different than when you go on holiday. When you go away for a short period of time, you enjoy yourself and you enjoy the interactions, and you have a wonderful interactions because you're away from the stresses of everyday life, and you're there to enjoy yourself. So once you get off the plane or the train, or you walk away from the train station, whatever it is, and you interact with that country for a couple of weeks, you enjoy some of the flavors. But then once you actually live somewhere, you interact in a different way. You start to experience the nation, the people, and the way they interact. And I've done this in 2 different countries now. And one thing I have noticed, wherever I go, the beauty of the souls that are present is all the same. It doesn't matter that they've got a different colored skin or they speak a different language. The soul, the person inside, the body inside is always the same. It's been the same wherever I've gone. Very beautiful souls, giving and really genuinely wanting to help and communicate love. They live in environments sometimes where the environment's not always beautiful, but I can always tell the souls that really want to give. And as I said earlier, you interact with those souls, those certain souls will show up in your life once you start resonating in love and beauty and unconditional giving. Then you'll find that those souls, those interactions will be presented in front of you. That's what you'll interact with. So the choice is yours. You always have a choice in everything. Make it a beautiful choice. Always give, and you will receive more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have someone with their hand up here, Salamia. If you'd like to go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I just prepared a video for you, the interaction between my plasma, my soul, and the sun. And I would kindly ask you if you can, I just put the link here. Can you open it, Rick?
Sorry, where is the link?
At the beginning.
Oh, I don't have that. I lost my chat because I had to go out and come back in.
So I have to put again, yes?
Yes.
Copy and put again. Okay, I'll do. Today is a national day of Romania. I put on the Facebook, I wrote it, and I'd like to teach my Romanian people to think globally, and through the art, I think that is much easier. I just put it here, and I made a video in the, not now because the weather is not very nice in Romania. It was snowing yesterday. Now, can you do it? Can you open it?
Can you tell me if there's music in the video?
Yes, it's a poem and music, and you
Where does where does the music come from?
What kind of music?
No, where did you get the music? I have to be aware of copyright problems, and we have to make sure all the music comes from a source that is
it's not natural music from I don't know, it's for meditation purpose. It's
yes,
natural.
but where does the music come from? Where did you get the music?
It's
is it from a site that gives free music, or is it from
yeah, it's free music, of course. It's for meditation music activation. It's from India.
Yeah, I don't, but where did it come from? Did you get it from a site that is
yeah, it's okay. It's not with, yes, it's not with copyright. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah. See, normally we have video.
Rick, I think also we just have to be mindful. This is one planet, one nation, one race. This is not a platform to bring like a group, set a group platform here. We can share knowledge that we learn with our own essence, but we're not like kind of advertising for a certain group. You understand? We can't. We just have to be careful what we putting here and what we sharing.
Yeah. It's I am a Baha'i myself, Baha'i religion, and for this reason I came here, because we are talking about unity of the planet and about the peace, and this is about the peace only, and this interaction between my soul and the sun, just to show you how the plasma works for me.
Okay, that's good. See,
Stefania gave me the idea.
Excuse me. Normally, we have our videos are put through to the people that produce the shows, so that we can review the video before it goes on the show, and that way we can be sure the music is okay. And
yeah, it's my voice. You can hear the music. It's my voice. The music is in background. You can't.
Yeah, it's just that we normally, through procedures, review the videos before we play them, so we know what's coming up, and we're not surprised by people. I'm sure yours will be okay, but normally we don't do this. Okay,
I
that's
see.
what we're trying to say here.
Yes, I see the rules.
Okay, and this is 11 minutes. It's fairly long, so I have to download it from YouTube, otherwise we get a bunch of other stuff coming in, or I have to find some way to play it that's...
Did you find it?
Yes, I've got it here. Normally I download the video from YouTube so that I can play it as a separate video and not have all the advertising on the side. That's why we like to have the videos.
No, we don't have advertising, because it's my only channel. I'm not member of YouTube.
Well, it's got all the other videos that come up on the right according to your preferences and so on. Some of them are yours, some of them are from other people, and so on. So anyway, we'll give it a try here. Yes, just bear with me a minute. I'll have to play it from...
I remember when you told me, when I was saying for you a poetry last time, the sun just start to shine, and it's the same now. When I start to, it wasn't sunshine there, and when I start to talk with my soul about the rays, because it's all about the rays.
Okay.
Activation of the cosmic ray.
Okay, let's have a look at it here.
Yes.
You should be able to see it there now.
I hope you'll enjoy, but also you'll see how I interact with the sun. It was amazing for me, because I didn't know, and after looking, I say, oh, it's good. I have to share with my friends from Universal Council, because this is just a proof that we are connected and we can interact as fields, plasmatic fields.
Okay, very good. Let's see then, hear the video here.
Shakti, fuzionez cu a mea prezență sacră. Eu sunt. Activez modelul discului solar, cel auriu. Eu, acum, activez codurile cheie, geometria sacră, literele de foc ale numerologiilor, ADN-ul auriu, vortexul portal, 12 spirale. ADN-ul meu fuzionează liniile temporale viitoare, sinele mele multidimensionale. O singură conștiință. Sinele meu model angelic, discauriu al conștiinței unității mele.
Can you see the plasma around? It's amazing. I can't believe it.
Ancorez cea de-a 7-a rază.
It's a field of protection.
Ceremonial magic. Cer activarea primei spirale a ADN-ului luminii. Portal.
I was talking about the activation of the cosmic ray.
Rază. Ceremonial magic. Era de aur. Lumina Dumnezeu. Legiunile luminii. Activez cea de-a 2-a spirală. ADN-ul portalul luminii. Ancorez cea de-a 6-a rază. Ceremonial magic. Devoțiune. Idealism. Noua eră de aur. Portalul luminii. Calea devoțiunii.
Every time when I was activating one ray, I was telling and feeling and wishing to activate. You can see how long and longer is this plasmatic field.
Portalul luminii. Ancorez cea de-a 5-a rază a ceremonialului magic. Cunoașterea concretă, realinierea emisferelor luminii. Pituitare, pineală, hipotalamus și atalamus. Magic. Activez cea de-a 4-a spirală. ADN-ul, portalul luminii. Ancorez cea de-a 4-a rază a ceremonialului magic. Armonia, daruri creative.
I am talking about the attributes of each ray.
La voința mamei, Tatălui Dumnezeu. Alinierea.
When you activate each ray, you receive the attributes from the common source, the sun.
Portalul luminii. Ancorez prima rază a voinței și a puterii divine magic. Alinierea la voința divină a mamei, Tatălui meu, al luminii. Cu mintea.
I am talking about the alignment, equilibrium between the soul, physical soul of man, and soul of the galaxy, the sun.
ADN-ul portalul luminii. Prin ancorarea celei de-a 2-a raze, ceremonial magic. A iubirii și a înțelepciunii divine. Vin de la sufletul luminii și curg ca dintr-un izvor dor. Sufletul se vindecă magic.
Depends of the words when I'm asking each ray to activate. The ray, it's bigger and bigger.
Dacă e bolnav acest întreg, partea nu poate fi sănătoasă, căci toate lucrurile lumină.
Is a link between
Suflet,
the ADN, which is a physical part of RNA, which is a plasmatic part.
ca întreg.
I mean, not plasmatic, but is a principal matter.
Cea de-a 7-a spirală. ADN-ul portalul luminii. Ancorez cea de-a 3-a rază a ceremonialului magic. Inteligență divină. Mintea mea superioară a luminii. Cu cea a mamei. activezi? Cea de-a 8-a spirală a ADN-ului cristalin al luminii. Ancorezi cea de-a 8-a rază a transcendenței, transmutării. Eliberezi orice credințe și șabloane limitative ale luminii. Întregii creații. Întinerește corpul. Epoca transfigurării.
I think that it's enough. You already noticed. It's enough. I don't want to take a lot of time. Just it was an amazing demonstration how we can see in physicality these fields of interaction at the soul level and at the plasmatic of the sun level, at my understanding. For me, it was amazing because at the beginning, it wasn't sun, and after just start to shine when I start to talk and to say this poetry. Okay, thank you very much. And the poem, it was about the elevation of the soul of man. I wrote it in English. If you like, you can read it other time. You can copy this. I don't want to take the time for other people. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing.
What's your reaction? What do you think about this? Did you see other time things like this? For me, it was the first time when I had this possibility to see in a video, because otherwise I can't see myself and this interaction.
No, I never seen it before, something like this before.
Me too. That's why I had this feeling to share with you and ask you, what do you think, all of you?
For me, it was just beautiful to see someone, you find your own way to interact with what you like and make you feel good. I think this is where we should, what we try all to do, to follow things who make you feel better, or make you feel happier, or make you feel someone who you're connected, and like improvising, and follow your heart without thinking too much, and just being connected. And this was your way, and I thought I really like it. I thought it was really nice. Did you make this poem yourself?
Yes, I wrote this poem. I wrote for a contest, and I was the first with this contest. I didn't show the video. I only sent the written form. And now I rewrite for the Romania, for the National Day, to make people aware that they have a common soul, and we have to connect the soul of Romania with the soul of humanity and with the soul of our galaxy and of our mother of peace, cosmos. Do you remember when last time Mr. Keshe inform us about the creation of the first soul by his labo, and he inspired me to rewrite this poem and to talk about the mother of the cosmos in artistic way, to present to people in order to touch the soul, because culture, the poetry, the art is a product of our soul. And
yes, and
I talk from soul to soul. Yes, if you like, I can um, say something about this poet because he's long. I just share with you small things in order to understand, because by words it's not so nice, but in poetry looks better. For us as a Baha'i religion, we use always culture and arts to express ourselves and to talk straight to the soul of the people with songs, poetry, dance, theater, all these things. Yes, I wrote the poetry. The name of this poetry, which has 9 acts, his name is The Elevation of the Soul of Humanity. And I translated for you in English because I wrote it in Romanian, and I translated for all of you in English, but it's long, and maybe other time I can share with you small parts and small video, because I made for each act a small video it's easier to show to the people your feelings by media. And I'd like to ask Rick if he would like to put the first page with poetry and to tell you few words about this poem. And the message is to create here on this earth the copy of the archetype of the heaven of peace on this earth, with the help of the woman of peace. You know, this is a mother of peace of the cosmos. Yes, Rick, thank you. It's at the end in English. Yes, here it is. Okay. And I'd like to, the end, only the end. I don't want to read all because it's long. Yeah, please. Okay, here. Okay. Now, yes. I activate the 10th spiral, the crystalline ADN of light. I anchor the 10th ray superior potential of divine equality, of the threefold power of love, the divine power and wisdom, knowledge and love, the early crystal heart of the light of unity. I activate the 11th spiral, the DNA portal of light. I anchor the 11th ray of my ceremonial of enlightenment truth, of divine love, of the compassion of love. Forgiveness, insight, love, divine understanding. God, the creator. I activate the 12th spiral, the DNA portal of light. I anchor the 12th ray of my unicos ceremonial, of the unique consciousness of unity, portal crystal of the consciousness of light. I fuse with my multidimensional selves, the soul of unicos, with my stellar family and friends of light, my multiple shapes, the consciousness I am avatar. We co-create heaven now on earth. I fuse with my whole life, helping the whole life, various shapes. The era of the light of Mother of Peace, the divine ray, oh, the heaven on earth. I now ask the fusion with the all life in a unique consciousness, with my inner knowledge, the cosmic soul on earth, as a sacred transformation flame in the age of unique love, peace with the all collective creator. We co-create heaven on earth. So the message is that we can become co-creators together with the creator, because we are part of the totality. And if we activate all these rays linked with our DNA, we elevate our soul truth, knowledge to attributes like forgiveness, compassion, love, wisdom, and many others I wrote here. I hope you enjoy, and it was an ample exercise to show how we can talk with our soul to the cosmic soul at the plasmatic level. Interaction of our own plasma, the physical, of the physicality with the plasma of the universe, of the unicos. Thank you very much. All my love and my best wishes for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon. Because this is good. Because yes, I had a similar situation. For example, in England, we try to make the English group more active. And matter of fact, if there is anyone here English or from UK, and he wants to, give support with the plasma technology, especially we got a lot of we got a very important project at the moment, and so if any person from England would like to be a support for the foundation and has got some free times and some knowledge, especially after the lockdown, many people lost work, or maybe people or other people made redundant. So if you are a person who's got time and he goes online with what we're doing, please get in contact with the English group. And I was actually because as Mr. Keshe said, you have to just let know people that there is a cake, and then will be up to the people if they want to have a slice of this cake, or if they want to take the cake or not take the cake at all. I'm referring to the plasma technology and what we're learning here. So I was start to really connected more with the people in UK, and I met the brother of a friend of mine, and he's really as soon as he learned about the plasma technology, he was very fascinating, and he's connected to what you showed us because he's a very artistic guy, and he said to me, I think if we work on art, like exhibition or has to do with plasma, or if we present the plasma technology through art, sometimes people, they somehow, I don't know why, maybe you, Solomon, you're aware of this because you already said that art and music is a good way to be connected with the soul. And you just remind me what he said. He said, people will digest better somehow because we new way of thinking. sometimes if you talk in other ways, they maybe they will be a little bit against it because of the whole knowledge that we have up to now. So to open up mind, to make space for the new knowledge to be accepted, and the old knowledge to you know be there, but you, like Mr. Keshe, can always add knowledge to it. So it can be stay there, but you add a new one to it. Art or music can be a good way. So yes. So
thank you,
yes.
Stephanie, for your input. I
Yeah.
really appreciate it. And I think that I continue to translate the science in art, all terminology to put in an artistic way in order to make people to understand what is all about. How are the fields of interaction, of plasma, of nano, and all these things, because it's not easy to understand. But by putting in metaphors and by showing like this, people will be attracted and interested more to understand about the knowledge. Myself, I am a professor. I am a professor of international relations. I study international politics. And I study many other things, not only politics, and also languages, in order to be able to communicate and interact with all people on this planet using their own languages. Because if you use the language, you attract people and you can talk with his soul. It's better to talk in his language, in his mother tongue, I mean. So,
Yes.
and thank you very much that you had, you give it me the opportunity to show how I can help the Keshe Foundation, and I can help this project of Universal Council by sharing with the large community the knowledge by arts. And also I was in love with physics and chemistry, and I can understand the old science and the new science step by step, little by little. I just jump in it. And Alex, it was amazing with his 8 lessons, which made me the opportunity to understand almost everything, to have a bigger picture of this new science, which is the science of plasma. Thank you very much to Alex. Okay. Thank you very much to everybody. I don't know if Alex is here, but it was very, very useful. And I have a proposal. He can come and teach many people in each group. It will be very helpful, and to have the translation in many languages, written translation of these 9 videos will be very helpful. If we can do this, will be good. Myself, I don't know how to do it. Otherwise I will do myself to help the group, but I'm not able to do. Maybe Rick can do, or other people.
The road is always the same. The road is always the same, and we keep it open from the bottom to the top. Mm-hmm. So it's always the same. So any knowledge seekers, for example, if they want to contribute, for example, with art, or your new knowledge seekers, you just go in through your languages representative, and then they will be connected with the Universal Council supporter. They will be connected with the Universal Council. So in this way, we keep always this thread open to be always close to the source of the information. So that is the right way. So if anyone has anything that you would like to contribute with to help to spread the knowledge or to share knowledge, you're always going to your language Telegram group or whatever, Facebook, whatever. Telegram group maybe would be the best. but will be someone next to you who can refer you, and then we can create a group. That's why it's a very important, and we mention this every week, that if you would like to volunteer and to contribute to spread the plasma technology in as much as we can, you can apply for the Universal Cancer Supporter. And once Universal Cancer Supporter, we're gonna do the presentation like every week, but then you will be past the security, so you're gonna be allowed to be more meetings and be more concrete hands. There are a lot to do, like translation, transcribe. We got a lot that everyone can help. Sorry.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so now I think we are nearly already 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock English time. But it's, yeah, sorry, it's Italian. I'm in English, so behind. So and I also, so I don't know if you want to go forward. I noticed just now there is also Mr. Keshe present.
May I say something?
Yeah, please, Azar, yes, because
okay, so we're talking about
space.
You talk about top down. You know, what we're noticing now. You know, nothing is an accident. As a Universal Council member, the way I can describe it, and the period we're going through is no more top down. Is all everybody is in a circle, everybody together. There's no more leader. The thing is, as a Universal Council,
sorry about that, Azar. Sorry. Thanks to put this. I meant this too. As
a Universal Council member, we've been. If I give you analogies like this, imagine we're all breathing air, and suddenly now we have to go and all of us jump in the ocean. We have to be in the water. So how are you gonna breathe? You have to adopt what fish had for so long. You have to have a gill. You have to breathe through the water, the air. Now this period is coming. So as a Universal Council member, you've been fishing, you've been breathing through this water. You already jump into it. You're already breathing it. You know how to do it. Now the question is, after December 21st, everybody has to jump into this water, everybody else. So we are the one who need to guide them how to breathe, not to get drowned. So this is our job, to get united and then to, as collectively as one, to bring whole humanity in one go to the different level. So there is no more, I mean, whoever cannot breathe in that situation is just going to be gone, because there is no if or but. The whole cosmos is changing. So whoever doesn't want to try the water, they don't want to jump in it, then that's their decision. They don't want to jump in it, but everybody has to jump. And it is our job to help the people jump into the water, teach them how to breathe. That's what I want to add. Thank you.
Okay, I'm wondering if Mr. Keshe has something he'd like to say at this point. Or is he just observing here today?
No, I'm a knowledge seeker. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm just a knowledge seeker sitting and listening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Is there anything you want me to respond to?
There was a question from Italian knowledge seekers to you.
Yeah.
And the question from this Italian knowledge seeker was if you can explain what it is unconditional love.
Is that you don't put any condition on and you don't expect none. And this is what is unconditional. That's how we work that way. Just 1 second, please. Sorry. This is what we call giving without asking, and at the same time, not counting. Because a lot of people work that way. They give, they count, and they expect, and at the moment of giving, they don't mind much, but later on says, oh, I did so much, he didn't do much, or he didn't do much, or whatever. And this is one of the pitfalls of the present society. And when we give, is abused, or it's counted upon for something else. We can disconnect this one from here, no?
Ah, you wanted it out?
Yeah, no. Oh, okay, that's better because it's out of our way.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that. This is what we call unconditional love, or people that's literally is, and we see people years later, they said to the lover or to the child, oh, I did this and that, or the lover gave you, and whatever you did 30, 40 years ago is gone. Because as there is no time and space. And this is what we call, a lot of people go this way. They call it unconditional love, or they say we call it unconditional love, but they put a lot of conditions in with the time to come. So it's very easy. It's there is no condition on the air you breathe. There is no condition on the water you drink. There is no condition on the light you receive. And what are these? Oh, they're all the love of the Creator for our life. Does he ever come back and says, oh, I gave you so much air, give me back? Does he come and say, I gave you so much water, give me back? I shine my light on you every second in one way or another that you exist. Do I come and ask for it back? And this is what it is. If one day you call for the love to be counted, that's not love. It's not unconditional anymore. Because you bring condition to it. And we see this, especially with a lot of parents, they do it to their children. Whatever you called it is gone. Whatever was put in is gone. And so what you call it is, just think, that is unconditional. There, day and night, and then no expectation. We should be free to. Sorry about that. This is this adds and sums everything up. Now you call what you call unconditional love.
Is it very connecting to also freedom? Because the moment you give unconditionally, you set yourself free. I don't know if you hear me because my internet is not good.
We can hear you.
Sorry about that. We are in the lab setting things up for tests, so got to go sometimes. The process of unconditional love comes from what we call maybe audacity to see if you can be bigger than the creator to give unconditional. And then count always, have I given enough? Have I done enough? Not that what is and what condition I put in giving. Okay, that's okay. I picked it up. I got it. There it is. Yeah, let's go. This is the way we see these conditions. Unconditional love in what we give, and never count it, because the day you come to count it is already brought whatever you've done to zero.
Mr. Keshe, I didn't understand when you just said don't give. I don't feel like I give enough. I didn't understand that bit.
It's if we consider, a lot of people will say, you have to consider if you have given enough, or even in thinking you're generous, you kept some of it back. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Keshe, is unconditional love a natural aspect of those in the universal community, or do they have to learn it, let's say, as well?
It's a process of learning and process of hello? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
You got to realize that universal community isn't just created out of zero and to maturity in one go. Every race, every part of it has gone through the same process of maturity. They mature like we done. It's not that we say, oh, they have a spaceship, or they travel this, or they understand the work of the soul. They were as primitive as man today, sometime in their progress. And this is sometimes puzzles me. People ask these kind of questions. Of course they did. Some are in a different level than the others, and some that are still progressively developing far beyond the others. It's not exclusivity to all. And suddenly they became part of whatever. The beauty of it is those who have reached that level, now they have endeavored to teach the others to reach them unconditional, because it comes from the maturity. If you see those people who you say came with a UFO, why? Did they have it from the day one? Were they the features we see them? No, they went through, we are just going through the same, what I call work of the mill, but we are in different parts of the mill. We are in different level of the education of it. This is what we got to realize. We are in the developing progress like they were sometime in their lives, and still in the world of creation, there are races which are in what we were 1 million years ago. And this will always continue. Sometimes in the future, when mankind becomes mature, then we become one of the elder. We become one of those they look at how these people travel in space, how they come and go. And then this is one of the reasons we teach the ethos of peace, that when we get there, we teach them to be peaceful, not to start warmongering and the rest of it. This is very hard to understand for a lot of people. We are in the middle of the ladder, that there are some people before us are higher and some people below us. And it's very hard. We had a discussion last night in the Farsi teaching. There is a huge number of people, and even in the people who were present, they want revenge, kill all the Israelis, get rid of Israel, and do this and that. And I said, it's wrong. And it was very hard. They called me a supporter of Israel. I said, yes. If you say this, because now you say Israeli killed us, now we have in writing the president of Iran has threatened to kill me by January. So he's an Israeli too? He's a Jew? And people have to understand. People have to understand. And this is what I suggested to, because we know the heads of Sepah, the heads of Iranian government, and the heads of leadership. There were many people in the background present last night. And what I said to them, if you were there, I asked the Iranian leadership and the Sepah to take a plane and start bombing Israel, land in Tel Aviv, and start a process of peace. The same with Saudi Arabia. It's very harsh in Tehran. It's unbelievable. They want revenge. But how many years have we killed each other? Thousands of years. When are we going to mature? I'll do the last killing, then they don't kill them, we have peace. Isn't that American gun policy? We sell as much gun that everybody has, that everybody kill each other, and then we see. Is it free? Okay, that's good. If he has that freedom, yeah. Yeah, that's good. And this is the process where we expect others to be. We are part of the same ladder. Some above us in knowledge, some above us in social structures, some above us in understanding the work of the creator and creation, and some below us. So now you decide. I didn't think of that. It's a very, very simple understanding. Where are we going to stop? Or do I have to be the last one who kicks? Or do I have to be the last one who loves that everybody else learns from it? Why do we see a gun policy and killing them? I'll be the last one to love. I'll be the last one who, by finding peace, stop the guns, not by shooting the gun. Is it?
Mr. Keshe, it sounds like Santa's helpers are busy in the background there. Can you give us a hint? It sounds like Santa's helpers, the little elves, are busy in the background making things for Christmas, perhaps.
We are in a continuous, what do you call it, development. As many of you know, I've returned back to the lab, and what you call running up the daily operation of the Keshe Foundation is not in my hand anymore. And
so
we just got a team. We work in the laboratory developing.
Can you give us a hint on what project you're working on there?
Not really, because not really. It's just that we are literally setting up for a flight test at the moment.
That's what I kind of thought. It's a bit of a sensitive subject, so.
Yeah, we're in the final phases of new universal systems to be tested for motion and lift, and those of who have been around in the labs with me. I don't go and make things and run, step by step. Build it up to testing and developing. And we are in that stage at the moment. We are in what they call it, final phases of flight test. And it takes nearly 2 or 3 months in bits and bits. Now, we'll see. We saw the motion, yes, last week. We are here in the level of space motion and lift and communication. Within the structure is built to be what we call the soul of the man and everything else. You know, we see, we feel it, we touch it, we feel in our materials and in our tests. Lift and motion is, in a way, we're not looking for lift. We're looking for motion through intuition. And we'll see the next step up. Yeah, put in and then see. Okay. Just possibly. That's what I think it is. Yeah. Then it'll be, then because it'll be flying on its own. Then it goes. It's just learning, adding to the knowledge on a regular basis and making sure people around understand it is not just copying to do. Do you know where I shall put the tape? There, I found it.
A question, Mr. Keshe. Good evening.
Oh,
Mr. Keshe, do you have a pilot?
pardon?
Do you have a pilot?
I don't understand.
Do you have someone to to drive this?
Yes, we already planted it. We have already planted the pilot in.
Okay, if you are shortage of, you know where to go.
Oh, yeah, I know you're there. No problems. I don't think you're the only one. There are many people who would like to pilot these things, but we work in a different way.
We are supporting you, Mr. Keshe, with our
Thank you very much. But this is part of what we do and what we try to do. Anything else? You see, I can never come in as a knowledge seeker and listen.
Yes, we always put you in that position of having to answer questions. And that means it requires a certain...
and it's nice to share knowledge, but we see how knowledge will be shared amongst those who understand it. Time will tell.
We have Salamia here who had her hand up, and perhaps we can address her question or comment. Salamia, would you like to go ahead?
I'd like to ask kindly Mr. Keshe what he thinks about this video about this disk of protection, solar protection around me when I start to talk, and it was about the sun and the rays. From the physical point of view,
I have not seen it. I cannot make a comment.
You haven't seen?
No. I have to go quiet for a few minutes. There's going to be a big noise. Just excuse us for a minute.
Yeah.
Go. Sorry about that.
We have a connection.
Yes, it wasn't sun when I was there. It was in a forest, and activating each ray of the cosmos, 12 rays, I choose it, and I give it for each ray attributes as knowledge, love, compassion, wisdom, power. And he put. So in the beginning it wasn't, and step by step start to have like a field of protection, and it was visible because sun is visible. You see? Myself, I didn't know. I made this for a contest. It was a contest of poetry, and they asked us to talk about this poem. And somebody else took this picture, helped me, this video, and when I have seen, I said, oh, I have to ask Mr. Keshe, what is the explanation?
I can't explain because you have to understand what and how it's taken. And nowadays, a lot of things are to do with cameras and how the cameras play.
Camera, it was a...
filming this. We cannot make comments on these things.
No.
It's very, very it's very difficult to see and how the sun comes, and sun always plays tricks, especially with cameras, or another trick, but different motion and movement.
Yes. When I start to move and to sing and to chant the poem, the ray starts to shine, you know? I didn't see myself. I see only on this video. And for this reason, I show it to everybody because I never seen like this.
It's, I don't know, it's just that the way it has happened at that time, the sun has been in such a horizon that you see it.
Mm-hmm.
It depends how you take pictures. I've seen something very interesting recently from one of the knowledge seekers in Tibet.
Mm-hmm.
This is just happened to be sun, because you see the sun is all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how you interpret it is your right. How to interpret.
I see. Next day I did again another one, and it was the same. Not in the same place. The same, yes, but it wasn't in the same place. In my house, in front of my house. Yes, but when
Maybe you have the power to absorb sun or bring it to you.
Yes, I think so. It was with pure heart, and I don't know.
Well, the topic of your poem was
yes, the topic of the poem
was about activating the DNA through light, basically,
yes,
right?
Yes, and DNA.
I activate the second spiral, the DNA portal of light. I activate the third spiral, DNA portal of light, etc. So in a way, it goes along with it, but user experience will vary according to the camera angle, let's say.
And I did the same poem to make an experiment to see, and it was the same. Yes. I don't know, maybe it's plasma, no? We communicate with the plasma, and DNA is sensitive to information and to come. You look. I said, my God, what's happened? It's like magic. I'm not a magician. I'm normal people. Anyway, but I love this poem because it's about activation of 12 spiral of DNA. And we make a shift from the carbon based to the crystal based organism, in my imagination, of course. And I call Shakti the power, the feminine power, because last time we just start to talk about this peace, mother of the cosmos. And my poem is about this mother of the cosmos, which help people to make a shift to another level, like electron, to another level of how do you call in physics? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Ah,
I'm here
yes.
listening.
Yes, maybe I was not, yeah.
I came in as a knowledge seeker, but being busy in the lab with things, so
Yes.
I get distracted very easy because there are
Yes.
things happening here.
Yes, your
Okay.
mind is
No,
there.
no, it's just we are busy with something as part of development.
Yeah,
I'm an observer, not the doer.
I see.
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
okay, maybe I
Thank
will
you.
find the answer on my dreams when I will communicate with. Yes, yeah,
Maybe.
because you usually comes on my dreams films like this and answer to my questions. When I have a problem, I got the answer like this. I didn't have this ability before, but when I went in India, I met there Dalai Lama, and I met other people like, I don't know if you know Deepak Chopra is a neurologist and physician also.
No, I don't know.
You don't know. Maybe, I don't know, we can invite other people to talk with, on this Universal Council and share knowledge and experience. He also want to bridge the knowledge from Western and Eastern part of the world, and to put the soul in into the paradigm of science. But he call it not soul, he call it consciousness. And to try to, and many physicians just make jokes about him, and like they don't agree with his paradigm, telling that he's not a scientist, but he's a scientist. He tried to tell the truth about the harmony between the soul and between the science. And it's genial what you did. You made the science of the soul. It's unique. I'm so impressed, and I was so attracted by you. Sorry to tell you directly like this, but I am so happy because I met you. You answered to all my questions about science, how to put together science and soul. And I try to answer to all these feelings which I have. I also practice, because Dalai Lama made benediction to me, and sometimes when people are ill, they come to me, and I just put my hands like this, and they say that they feel well. And I said, I have to understand what is this, all this energy which flows from me, from the physical point of view. People just make jokes. You want to understand everything and explain everything by physics. I said, yes, I have to use science to understand and to explain the world in which I am living. Okay. Thank you very much. And now I am waiting for other people to put questions to Mr. Keshe, if will be.
Can you repeat, please?
Yes, I said that the reason for coming here in your group was for me to try to understand the soul using the methods of science, and especially of astrophysics and new physics.
You see, if you are a Baha'i, in the writing
Yeah.
of Baha'u'llah, blessed his name, says very simple. The
Yeah.
maturity of the man will come when the man understands the mutation of the element, transmutation of the element.
Yes, I know this.
In the understanding of the new science, the maturity of the man comes in when the man understands the transmutation of the field of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So all the Baha'i teachings are beyond, they're finished. Because the cycle, the new cycle, brings a new understanding and new dimension. In writing of the Baha'u'llah, what you say is that in 1,000 years somebody will come. And this is what the biggest problem in the House of Justice has, is because to block anything else, because they wait for 1,000 years. And when even 1,000 years somebody comes, it's not even accepted because it's not this and that. It's the same dogma we have with all the religions. With the new understanding and what is on the table is that we don't need to wait for someone to come, because now we understand that one to come is us understanding our own inner soul, inner being.
Yes.
And if you understand this, the cycle of all these end of the time is actually end of the time when we understand our own creation.
Mm-hmm.
So what you come here to understand about the soul and the connection, if you understood what I said in past 10 minutes, is complete. Then you have to find, anyone is responsible for their own structural understanding of the soul of themselves. There is no one to come and tell you or me teach you. Because if you understood the transmutation of the field, how do you change the field of joy to giving? How do you change the field of generosity to what we call, let's say, forgiving?
Mm-hmm.
Because now in the transmutation of the fields of the universe, we work with emotion. There is no material condition. And this is the point of maturity of the man. And this is what we are trying to teach. And in the past few weeks, we are building on it. This is the change of time. And this is why we spend a lot of time for people to understand the matter state into the field. And now trying to understand the fields into the energies and the dimension of the interaction of the fields, that then they realize to the essence of their own creation. So if you are still waiting for the maturity of time, that was done 3-4 years ago. In the laboratory, we changed energy to matter, any matter. And in past 4 years, we tried to take to the next step for man to become mature, to understand the limitation of the fields. You don't change fields to get gold from silver. That was done. The maturity of time is understanding how you can change emotions, how you can elevate. And this is how life is. And if you're still waiting for the fulfillment of the promise of whoever or whatever, is already closed. The matter state is done. So if you are here to learn about soul, you past 5 weeks teaching has completed that part more or less, to teach you how you can change what is the interaction of the changes and the fields. And it's the beauty of our work. It's the beauty of that. We have completed the cycle. You don't need to wait for in the last word. Because the last word is you. If you understand your own transmutation, if you understand your own position in life. Now you have a bigger challenge, a much, much bigger challenge in how you will understand your own dimension, in what it has created you, what it has led to your own creation. So now, which part are you waiting for? Or what are you waiting for? You've been taught, and in so many ways, in the teachings, we have brought you to the point of transmutation of elements, transmutation of the fields. We're far gone in any level. And it'll take a lot for the world leaders to understand the change, the process, be it the religious or political or whatever you put to it. So what do you expect? Where are you looking for answer? It's right in front of you.
On my heart and on my soul of man. I will receive these answers from there, but also from other people. Maybe I'm not ready to go in this library, in this internet of the cosmos, but sometimes I receive answers from there. I don't know how comes on my mind, you know?
Yeah, it's the same with all of us. You're not
Yes.
unique. We all receive answers to our questions in one way or another, or what we call it the enlightenment.
Yeah.
It's the process. We agree, and as I always said, if you could be humble to be always a knowledge seeker, you'll be enlightened.
Yeah.
And there is no end to the knowledge of the creation. There is no end, unless you want to put an end to it. Unless you see a way that said that's a limitation I want to be. As we heard, some of the knowledge seekers claim that's the end of the knowledge is complete and that's it. And some of the people, after 2 sessions, they said, oh, I know everything Mr. Keshe has come to learn from me is my student. Where are they? This is what we try and is part of the process of understanding this cycle of creation.
This is our aim on the life, to understand about the process of creation.
I think most of it has been taught. It's how you go into the position of understanding of the elevation of your own soul. It takes me 1 minute to teach all of you how to elevate your soul. But what would it do? Nothing. You become a bunch of another taking to see and to do and what I'm going to get from it. This is a discussion which we have on the table with one of the knowledge seekers. It takes me 1 minute to teach you how to elevate your souls. But what would it be? You get enlightened and then other cycle of abuse starts. I know more is the end. Now everything has been taught and the rest of it.
And because you ask me, I came because you are concerned with peace, like me and other people. And I'm striving how we can elevate the soul in order to create structural peace, inner peace, and external peace.
When you elevated your soul, you have already found peace. You don't need to structure it. When you have reached that point of maturity, yes, I battle more in a physical dimension than any other, because human race is a peculiar structured animal, and I try to understand most of it as much as possible. And everything we teach somehow is interpreted to the people who want to interpret in their own way and do things with it. That's the beauty of it. You have the freedom to interpret. You have the freedom to develop your own ways. But the way I see it and the way we can explain it to many of you, in a way, the fulfillment of time has come by the maturity of the soul of the man. Some people might try for hundreds of years to understand they don't mature. Some people takes 1 second when they get enlightened. So,
yeah.
Which part of the teaching has been wrong?
I believe in this unique soul, which will be elevated, and of this mother of cosmos. And if we'll connect with this soul, I hope, but I am confident that humanity will make this shift at the other level of consciousness, cosmic consciousness. Not only national, all nations against other nations, the tribe families, always conflicts and yeah. I find many people like you and people from these knowledge seekers, and I think that many people already elevated their soul. I'm confident. And these people, which elevated already the soul, they can irradiate the knowledge and spread the knowledge in a generous way to all communities.
You see, I always said the Christians, the Jews won't accept the Christians. The Christians won't accept the Muslims.
Yes.
The Muslims won't accept the Baha'is. The Baha'is won't accept the next one. Because if they do, they don't exist. And the maturity of the man has not reached that point. We're all going in the same direction for the same thing. But if you look at the Christians, they accept the Jews. The Muslims accept Christians and the Jews. And the Baha'is accept the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims.
Everybody, they accept everybody.
So, but now they have a problem to accept the next cycle. They're back in the same heap of it. When you speak to the members of Universal House of Justice, when you speak to the counselors of the Baha'i faith, you find them are more ignorant than the ignorance from the other religions.
Yeah.
They become more hypocrite than the others.
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah, I think that the religion is not a solution.
It took 300 years to bring the Christianity. It took less than 100 years to bring the Baha'i faith into hypocrisy and its own downfall. Because the way that people handle it. Because there's no freedom of initiating to understand oneself within one's soul. There is no religion at the moment more embedded in hypocrisy and false understanding of the Baha'i faith at the moment because of its people who run it and are around it.
Yeah, I have the same impression. I said maybe it was only me, but
no, a lot of people are walking away from it because they realize is not delivering what it was supposed to. Building buildings and building castles, and that's become the same as before. This is why I say in the structure of the Keshe Foundation, there should never be places of worship. The house of the house of the worship of man has to be in the soul of the man, not even in his heart.
Yeah.
And this is what you'll find the same with the other religions. Or any, to me at the moment, religions and political parties are the same.
Yeah.
They're holding into somebody's pocket.
You are right.
So you've got to realize at what point you want to mature yourself, and what point you consider that you have matured. I don't go bashing the Baha'is or the Christians or the Jews or the Muslims. Yesterday in Farsi teaching, it was very clear. The minute we talked about the peace and finding a solution, I became everything wrong. I was a supporter of the Jewish state and everything. There were things were coming in. And what happened? When they start talking, there cannot be no peace. I explained to them how we negotiated peace, talking 2 or 3, which I've been involved, and how we have achieved it. And then they changed to something else.
Because of the religion, you see? Religion, one religion which separate people better don't exist. Like Abdul Baha said, he was right. Why do we need religion which create conflicts, like parties?
Pardon?
Why do we need religion like parties which create conflicts and don't unite people?
It gives some people young children to play with. It gives some people women to play with. It gives some people to work with other things and other things and other things. You know what they say in Austria? We have an Austrian, what do you call it, member of Universal Council, I think here. Or she can tell you, if she's here, what they say, it's okay. What they say is that the priest from the Austrian church has one wife, but the priest from the Catholic church has all the wives in the village. So was that part of the work? But he's supposed to still be unmarried and what do you call it? Single.
Yeah, hypocrisy.
So
Mr. Keshe, when you were gone last night, someone asked me if they come and kill Hassan in front of me, what would I do? And,
nothing. Bless for
said,
their soul. Let them
I said
talk.
nothing. Yeah, I
You
said nothing.
see, we get threats one way or another, or we threat one way or another. We are not all innocent. And is it free? It seems. Okay, just fill it up to the top. I got to go and see if it goes. If it goes to the top, we have to find it to be heavier to go in the middle. This is part of the structure of how we are and who we are. It's very, very hard. I mean, you were there, Azal, yesterday in the Farsi teaching, and some of you. In the Farsi, not in English, because it wasn't translated all in a direct way to him. to English. I explained to the Iranian leaders, you want a peace, 40 years, now you blame the Jews, 40 years ago Saddam, and the whole of Catholic Church fighting Iran, and then was the Americans and the British. We haven't stopped. And how did Ayatollah Khamenei become Iranian leader, religious leader? He got on the plane, he got a bunch of people on the plane, and he said, okay, let's go to Iran. Nobody dared to shoot it. That's how he became the Iranian leader. That's how they actually came to Iran with the seat of their pants. They didn't know if the military will shoot them down or not. And they got in, and they couldn't believe they got in. And then they wrote their own rules. And nobody else could believe they are there. I said to them the same thing, do what Khomeini did. Get on the planes and land in Tel Aviv, in Saudi Arabia, in countries you call enemy, and embrace them. They won't shoot you. And you know something? Take another 50, 100 Jews with you, and 150 Americans and the Saudis with you. We have to mature. And the maturity comes out of where? Not by the religious leaders. You know something? If the priest says that's it, man has matured, he knows what was promised is within him, what job do you have for him? By saying few lines, he's lived a luxurious life. He's fed, he's given home. He has access to everything else. Plus, as I said, half of the women's in the village. They never accept. How many clergymen do we have under any name and banner of faith and religion? Where are they going to find a job? It's a cushy job.
Hello. Hello, it's Mehran. Azarjan, the person at the end which talked, his name, he said he's coming under another name. His name follow and block it. He's the one who was saying, I have cured everything with these. And you remember I said there's somebody like that. You should block this person. It's the same.
No. You see, these people come to confirm their existence because we exist. How many times can we block them? These people is just, don't listen, change the subject. He can be there, or you can just delete them. Sometime it's, if you were in American teaching this Sunday or last Sunday when I go in, I ask people have to be known who it is. Why do you come under other names? And you seen it in last Sunday or the Sunday before, when we asked the people who they are, they just disappeared. We don't need to, certain things has to change, and we got to change it. But it takes time. It takes time. It's not going to be a happy day tomorrow we go. We got used to it so much.
Mr. Keshe, just to make understood the fact that Iran is a multi-tribe, multi-religion, multi-color country, and it has always been like that, and it has always been peace and love and respect, as far as I know. So we never had anything wrong with the Jew family. We used to go to them. They used to come to us. No problem. They were pacific. And
you see, let me go back into it. When I came, I left Iran at the age of 14, 15, and I went to England. I was explaining this to one of the knowledge seekers recently. At that age, when our family friends who lived in south of England, they took a 14 or 15-year-old boy for a week, taking me from one house to another. We have a Persian friend, culture, and everything else. We were a prize to show. We were a thing that if they had an Iranian friend, a Persian friend, or whatever, it was very important. Very orthodox, very deep English families. We all changed in 1979 in the middle of the revolution. Why? Why suddenly Iran became like this? Now we are the worst. We are exactly the same. People are doing worse to stay alive and more to stay alive than the others do. What are the facts? Why did we change? Why did the change came this way? Partially because people who came in brought a culture which didn't belong to us. A culture which was not part of us. As I always said, even to the Iranian leadership, no Iranian ever killed an Iranian in the revolution. We got all killed by the Palestinians. And in the process, we all got killed by the next people who got paid to come in to kill. We see the same gun policy in Europe. They're shifting police officers from city to other city, that if there is uprising, people have no connection, they can kill. People have no connection from one country to another. We never been like this. They say, yes, they kid, they do all sorts. You show me one Iranian who has done that. We know we are part of the international security. We know who's moving what to where to do what. So we haven't changed. When Vatican buys 9 million landmines from the Second World War, and whatever is left from Vietnam, and gives it free to Saddam to kill as many Iranians as he can, who are we fighting for? The Vatican and those in that circle, they saw it can cut into their profit, cut into their process. Wasn't there that Saddam lost the war and the Americans begged with the Iranians, stop, because if it goes, they couldn't do. And what did they do with him? Years later, they put him out themselves. Iran should have been given permission to finish Saddam in the Iran-Iraq war. No, because they were selling more guns. They want to get access to the oil fields. They thought they'd get Saddam to get Iranian oil fields and then they get rid of Saddam. It didn't work. Now they went for him themselves. Today, nobody knows how much oil comes out of Iraq. Officially, nobody knows. But officially, we know 80% of the oil exported out of Iraq is not paid for by the British Petroleum. That's why the nation is so poor. Because they've got the port of Basra, they can send whatever they like. Nobody knows. Free. Iraqis work for it, they pump it, they put it on the ship and it goes. Where does it go? British monarchy. So, have we changed? We haven't changed. They made a persona to bring the change. The way they want to do. They control the press and they control everything else. As I said yesterday, 45 years I'm out of Iran, still with the Iranian passport. I travel to all the nations around the world. Why? Because respected for the knowledge and the technology we share with people. What you saw last week in the teaching would have been written hundreds of papers, peer-reviewed, show us, blah, blah. Like nothing, you just get it on the internet, you get taught and inspires other people to think other ways of what it could be to get there. That's the difference. We inspire the soul of them. to make one nation out of this planet is God's job. And we'll do it. Let's see what comes up. Let's see what humanity is going to take the next step that we have to take a step to stop at this step. Or we deliver such a punch in knowledge and technology that everything goes obsolete. How many of your fathers and grandfathers left the donkeys and the horses in the fields and they bought a car? The horses are still there. You can still go for a horse riding, but you won't go to sit with it. It's the same. With the new knowledge, nobody will look at the old, what we have now.
Mr. Keshe, Diane had a question in the Q&A. Perhaps you can help her with. She says, I used to be a Baha'i. I learned from Baha'i that the physical body's soul is called the spirit, and according to Keshe, both souls are called soul. Then she goes on, when Mr. Keshe says to give to the soul, which soul is he talking about? Both? Not sure if you're able to hear me, Mr. Keshe, or answer there. Your microphone is not.
Yes, I was talking to myself. I didn't notice that I switched it off.
All the good answers. All the good answers happen.
You were not supposed to hear. No, the thing is, in the world of understanding, we have a dimension of physicality. We have what we call a structure that the existence of the two holds on to the existence. You can't have just a soul of physicality. We need a soul of physicality which confirms the existence of the totality of the life as a whole, which is the soul of the man. And so if you work and live in the dimension of physicality of eating and living or whatever, you have that soul which operates for running of that. But when the soul of the man interacts with the soul of the physicality, what we call emotion is created that allows both to understand in some way or the other what is it and what and how it is and how they operate in between each other. In fact, as I explained to once before, the soul of the man is the sun and the soul of physicality is the earth. We cannot have the confirmation of the existence of sun unless we had the soul, the earth, which is the soul of the man, soul of physicality in interaction with the soul of the man creates light, which we call emotion. Our physical dimension is not on its own and exists on its own. Its interaction shows is not the electron which keeps distance and position in respect to the proton. It's a proton that creates the atmosphere for the electron to be free to move within, to confirm the boundaries. So in either way you look, you have to mature to understand the totality.
Mr. Keshe, perhaps you can help with this issue or question. It's partly to do with Dan's question in the Q&A, but Dan's had some, you were talking about emotions, and Dan has had a bit of an emotional roller coaster today, and he was having trouble with tolerating others during the beginning of our session here today. And later on, he, to me, he seemed to elevate himself and got himself out of that emotional storm that he was in, let's say, and calmed himself and rose to a different viewpoint on the situation. And so his question goes, when I hear the emotion of the soul, I only hear your emotion. I think by your, I believe he's talking about Salomia, your emotion and Azar's, because I've begun to perceive the emotions of others. How selfish and evil am I? How do I manage to feel what the other feels? Like, how does he manage his emotions? He's feeling the emotions of others, and it's causing him to respond in a way that he might be judgmental, let's say. And how do we manage our feelings about the emotions that we sense and feel? I don't know if I quite put that right. Maybe Dan should actually be talking about this. I'll allow you to talk if you would like to open the mic and explain, Dan, more. What is it that you went through, or what is it that your question is regarding this?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. No, it's about feeling the emotion of Mr. Keshe and Azar without speaking or understanding Farsi. When you're understanding the emotion, because so sadness and pain, I don't think I feel the pain and the sadness and of Mr. Keshe when it's explained in the Farsi lesson about the dear colleagues who is killing, and rebellion of Azar when he's putting the question why is needed to happen this. I feel the emotion to the others, even that I am evil, I'm arrogant, I'm big ego, but I not understand how it's possible to feel it, what the other feeling is. This interaction between souls is not about Salomea. With Salomea, I put in the hand over, I change, like Mr. Keshe saying, in 1 minute, my emotion, internal emotion regarding. And surely the question is why I feel the emotion of Mr. Keshe and Azar and somebody the other person, especially, or all the person is hearing in the voice, in the soul level, this emotion.
Could you say your question again, maybe in a little different way? I didn't quite understand.
Why I am able to feel the emotion to other person? Because in my inner side, I know my filters, my emotional is not properly balancing.
I'm not sure if Mr. Keshe can answer that or if it's clear or not.
No, it's not clear.
Do you think you can clarify, Dan, or?
Inside me, yes. Always. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, well, do you want to pass on this for now? What would you like to do, Dan?
It's not depending on me. I pass it away. No, I don't want to wrap the time of the others. It's only my thought why, because I not understand how I feel the pain and I feel the emotion of Mr. Keshe, of Mr. Azar, of sometime the other person. Why I feel the other emotion in soul level? This is the question. The rest is only water.
So you're asking, why do you feel emotions of others? You want to know the mechanism there, the field interaction that makes you feel emotions of others? Is that what you're saying?
Rika, could I add something here? Very briefly. For example, when I heard the question, the first things come to my mind is detachment. So Mr. Keshe always taught us to start to become aware of the feelings, how to recognize them, and how can we recall them. And I think also he's always said that we have to think, so we have to bring unconditional love and go through, I don't know if you call them positive feelings, but going to the feelings who elevating each other's, because so he invites us to study how the field works, how the higher goes to the lower, just to start to recognize this, become aware of this movement, transformation, transmutation. So I think this is my interpretation. The trick will be to start to recognize them, acknowledge them without attachment, and then become able to transmute bad feelings into good feelings. So how to make the weakness into strength, because as we learn now, everything can be changed into other things. This is where is our power become, is where our learning, my understanding, we are here now, no, on this level. So I think it's a very good question of Dan, and what come up to me, this is my interpretation. It would be, if I would be in your place, Dan, actually, I've been in your place daily, so it will be to be able to transmute and bad feelings into good feelings. How you can turn a bad feeling into good feelings, and then it's where come to the keep the heart open 360, no, like the sun, they shine to everything. So again, to do that, you have to be detached, yeah. So this is my understanding. So this is what we are all learning right now. We are learning how to bring this new way of thinking into integrated to our life, so we can make this change. This I don't know if I helped you, Dan, on this, or or maybe I missed the point.
Well, I note that Dan had put into the chat earlier when he was going through this emotional thing. Does that mean I'm starting to learn that I was able to change the emotion of irritation, of hatred and war into the emotion of tolerance and understanding and almost love and acceptance in 5 minutes? And all I've changed was understanding emotion and understanding it in me. So in a way, that's part of that detachment, I think, that you were talking about, Stefania, that he was able to detach himself enough to understand the emotion and understand, it in himself and so on. And he transformed it, he transmuted it into this acceptance and love, all in 5 minutes, just from that, what I would call it, the detachment that he was able to find somehow.
Yes, and those people been their teachers because they showed the weaknesses. Because sometimes you think you progress, and then life bring you to a new things happening, and that's why it's good that we interact with each other, because every person or every situation show you a different side of you, that you think you progress, and then you realize you didn't move an inch or you went backwards. So I think it's exactly what you said. So he managed to elevate. So you see, we've been elevating each other here. So he been elevated because I think he became humble and not judging and accepting and not be attached. And somehow he brought peace inside him. So we go back to when Mr. Keshe said, peace is when the moment you have peace inside you, you achieve a peace in the world. Peace is achieved. So I think this is what we are doing. So well done. Yeah.
Yes, and someone once said that love is simply tolerating the manifestations of others. If we can do that, then we're well on the road to that unconditional love. Because we can tolerate most of our friends because they're our friends because we can tolerate them. But what about the people we don't normally hang out with and other people we meet from time to time? Can we tolerate them? Or is there things that irritate us, that that sound of their voice or the topics they talk about or whatever it is that might irritate us? Well, it gives us actually an opportunity to work on ourselves to figure out what is it that's so irritating and how can I detach myself from that and elevate myself to see them in a different perspective and in that field of love rather than exclusion, seeing them as a separateness. That illusion of separation always causes the irritation kind of aspect to come up. But when we can see the other as ourselves, as another being that's got a soul and has a connection, and it somehow makes it a lot easier to maintain that tolerance. Okay, we have a new person here.
You never
Maria.
know if the group, when they read the text, they start to send him love to him. So there is all this exchange of feels.
Yes, and also I note that Mr. Keshe came in about that time, and I think Dan said something about he felt more soothed by hearing Mr. Keshe's voice as well. So there is that aspect. We have someone new here, Maria, that has a hand up. So perhaps we can hear from her. Go ahead. Go ahead, Maria. You'll have to unmute.
I need a minute, please. Just
Okay.
a second, because I'm on translate in Portuguese. Just 1 second, please.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
I'm here about talking about tolerance and all of this. And something that really helps me in my life was that I only have responsibility what I do and what I speak, and what the other person do is not my responsibility. So cannot affect me in a way. Like, if I don't want to be affected with this, I cannot be affected. This is the responsibility of the other person if she's doing something that I cannot tolerate. I have to be patient and be enough to be tolerant with another person, because I think that this is the way that we start to understand and have a good relationship with persons that we sometimes, or the energy I don't know, sometimes the person is not so pleasure. I don't know if you can understand me.
Yeah, I think so.
Just 1 minute, because I have to translate to Portuguese.
I think one of the problems that people run into on the path of learning on this planet is we sort of accept people and all that's fine, and we think we're very tolerant, and then suddenly our heart opens up more and we start to feel people more. We feel their emotion, we feel where they're coming from, and sense, you know, in a more profound way than we used to. And if your sensing is more acute, then you might feel their pain or their suffering or their emotional turmoil more powerfully than you did before. And that can act on our own emotions to cause us to get in an upset, and then we might blame them because we're upset, because their emotion upset us and caused our emotion to be upset, and so on and so forth. And if we adopt more of an attitude like Maria brought up, where you know, it's okay to feel that the emotion and feel that suffering, but we have to realize that it's our own job to maintain our own emotions and to learn that art of tolerance. And it is a learning thing where you have to apply it virtually in every moment, and be sensitive to the reactions that are happening inside our own physicality, and isolating those and addressing them, confronting them if necessary inside of ourselves, so that we can you know, get back to our own inner peace, you know, or at least come from that perspective, so we can get a handle and detach from our own emotional outbursts that are related to our environment and the things that we take in from others and so on. So I guess what I'm saying is, as we become more sensitive, we also have to learn to become even more tolerant than before, because of the additional, the power of that aggravation or that irritation might be stronger. We'll feel it more stronger because our feelings are more acute. So it's one of the things along the path. I think the more we get more sensitive to our environment and others and become more aware, and that makes us more responsible, even more responsible for our own reactions to those, to that stimulus. And that's what we can't control, the stimulus. We can't control others and the environment so much, but we can control our response to that environment. We can learn to become tolerant and allow that stress to just pass through and it's gone. We don't have to dwell on it and magnify it inside of ourselves to make it even worse than what it is. Anybody else have something they'd like to say about that topic, or shall we move on here?
Rick, it's Dean here. Can I just say that I feel it's all about emotions. And what is an emotion? It's a field strength. Where does the field strength come from? It comes from another field, another interaction, a rubbing together of the fields to create that spark, to create that emotion. So when you can be peaceful and be still, you can lessen the spark, you can lessen the emotion, and then you can start to control your emotions. And that is not with a controlling mind, that's with a peaceful thought. So that peaceful thought is an interaction, is a field strength, is a condition, is an environment that you create just by the sheer intention of the emotion. And that then is a controlled environment that you give to yourself, and then that environment is given out to other souls once you control or release this field from yourself. So whether that comes from your heart or from your soul or both, as a magrav, magnetical and gravitational forces that emanate from your body, that is you, you start to change your environment and change the conditions. So it all really does start from controlling your emotion. And that goes back deep into the technology and the teachings that we've been given, that all the interactions that we have through the zinc and the copper and everything else on this planet that create environments and conditions that are out of balance sometimes. And so these environments we bring forward with this technology balances out this control, balances out this emotion to bring you back to balance so that you can then be peaceful within yourself and then spread that peace. It's just coming to know yourself and to know what the trigger points are, what makes a certain reaction within your emotion, and then realizing it. Just let it be. Just let the emotion come into you as a thought and intention, and then just let it be, and just move from a position of the sun, which is what you are. You have that soul inside you, and that soul inside you is unconditional love. So just let that stand still for a moment when the emotion hits you, and just release, and then move forward into the new space gap you create, giving peace and love and unconditional giving, and then the emotion changes. I think that's all I've got to say on that, Rick. Thank you.
It's beautiful because so that's why it's very important to recognize the feelings. And I think when we start to bring the total awareness to it, I think the feelings of love will be so strong that automatically we're gonna go all to that direction. So I think by start to become more aware, like Mr. Keshe said, to the feels, to the feelings, then everything maybe I assume will come automatically. Especially because we're learning that with the feelings you can change structure. And I really like how you put it here. So just by introducing a thought, a positive thought, you change structure. And so that's where we learn how we can empower ourselves. Yeah, so I just wanted to add this. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefania. That's as usual. Your inputs, really, your contribution is wonderful, and you're helping many people by your interactions. As all the people that come here and propose and put things forward, give interactions and wonderful thoughts. It changes the fields. We're creating a balanced condition of giving. Unconditionally, and then when you move into that space, there's no thought or intentions of anything else other than giving, other than being peaceful and bringing wonderful thoughts and intentions, so that when you feel another energy, when that energy interacts with you, because it's all energy transfer. Everything in life, everything we do, every moment is an energy transfer. And that energy transfer is with you when you come to understand the knowledge for eternity. So when you interact with that energy transfer, if you give it loving intentions, the energy transfer is a give and take. So if that energy is positive and wonderful, it doesn't take from you. Whereas if you leave that energy as a negative, or an energy that is not conducive with perfect balance and love, then that energy will take from you for a very long time, i.e. eternity. So when you understand this simple analogy, which is energy transfer, you start to move into space gaps of love and wanting to give unconditionally. And then you become very balanced. Then the whole of humanity starts to resonate in a different frequency, a different resonance, whether you want to call it that, whether that exists in the plasma state through the teachings, I'm not so sure. But for me, just being in a field strength of love, you change everything. And I think we all know that, all of us.
And on this point, Dean, thank you very much. On this point, I really, what I would propose is my idea, but just something I put on the table like this, connecting to what Mr. Keshe, for who didn't see, I think it was a North American public teaching of last Sunday, where an Italian teacher, he put out the question on which is the best way to teach about the fields, because Mr. Keshe rightly so, he really said that that the best way to welcome new knowledge seekers and to kind of catch up everything with the knowledge, to focus now on the interaction of the fields. Really understand this, how in this public teaching, he gone in details on this. So we could maybe the next Tuesday bring this as a topics where we can maybe we kind of try to understand what Mr. Keshe means, the transformation and the exchanging of fields. So this maybe could all of us help us to achieve what we want to achieve much easier. What do you think, this is just an idea I had just now for next
Stefania,
Tuesday.
I think that's a great idea. The more we can bring those interactions forward so that everybody can see them, because when it's on certain platforms, not everybody gets to see that platform. So to bring it onto the table here so that everybody can interact with it and be part of it and feel the fields of the you know, the intention to give and to share knowledge, exactly the platform that Mr. Keshe has given us, which is a wonderful interaction between humanity and itself, mankind being kind to itself, learning to be to be in a space, to be in a dimension of beauty, of love, of sharing, giving, nurturing, just being a human being. What is a being? It's if you look at the sun, as I've said earlier on, it always shines. A human being has a sun within inside itself. So when a being just literally just doesn't do anything and just lets everything happen in a wonderful way, you transmit, you become the sun, you are the sun, but you start to show those fields. So if we bring forward those interactions from other platforms and bring them forward and let everybody start to interact in these fields and feel the love and intention and feel the knowledge being passed down to humanity. This is deep universal knowledge that's being put forward in a very simplistic way, but taught very beautifully and very patiently and with undevotional love. So yes, Stefania, that's a wonderful, wonderful thought and intention. And please bring it forward.
Yes, we could really look. Maybe I know that some people are good at this, but we could just do a little bit like Mary did. They listen maybe the part where Mr. Keshe talked in the American teaching about the interaction of the field. We can re-listen to what he said and have a little discussion if you think is a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, we can bring that up next time. We've got, I know we're getting on in time here, but we've got Julie who asked, can I share an illustration that I made? I think Julie has shared her illustrations before, so perhaps we can have a look at that and something we can relate to while we finish things up here as we go along.
Hello.
Julie?
How would you like to see this? Would you like a link? I do have it posted online.
We could do it that way if you like.
Would you like me to send a link privately to you so you can host it?
Sure, you can do it that way.
Okay.
Or you can share it yourself, but I can do it if you like. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can save it.
See, last week I asked if there was any Japanese people in the group because I'm just sort of a beginner, so I'm not 100% sure if my katakana is grammatically or actually spelled correctly.
Okay, let's have a look at it here now. Sorry, what do you call this again? Katayana?
Yeah, the writing is katakana. In Japanese, there's two types. Katakana is more like how you would know like Latin, like it's per sound rather than a symbol. But at the very top, it says plasma technology in the purple. And then you have everything listed on the left. And in the cyan below the logo, it's in katakana, it says public teachings by Keshe-sama. Because in Japanese, doctor and teacher are known as, sensei. But yeah, I thought it was really cute.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you had the Keshe Foundation logo in here. This will have to be authorized by the Keshe Foundation administration, actually, because we don't allow the logo just to be used on illustrations.
What is this? Can I ask?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Can I ask, Rick, what is this for?
What is
this for? What does it represent?
I just thought it was sort of advertising, like promoting the Keshe Foundation to be just have like a cute like anime.
Where are you promoting it?
Just like the links in the bottom left-hand corner saying to learn more about this technology, go there. If you don't like it, I can take it down. That's perfectly fine. If you don't want the logo, I can take that out.
No, it's just that we have to understand it. It's respect you and thank you very much for your work. It's just that enlighten us more. How come you do this? Are you a Japanese speaking or a Japanese descendant family, that kind of thing, or is it just a hobby?
It's just a hobby.
And where does it link to a Japanese site or an English site?
It's posted on an English website.
Oh,
This
I
is
think as Greg says, I think this is something you got to go back to head of Keshe Foundation and Keshe Foundation team to decide on it.
Okay, would you like me
Right,
to?
Greg. No, I don't see any harm for it, but let them decide on it in the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe we'll find a good. Sorry, you're breaking up, Mr. Keshe. Sorry, could you say that again, Mr. Keshe? You're breaking up there. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Can you say that last sentence again? Or maybe it's at my end.
Pardon?
I didn't hear what you said in your last sentence.
Yes, I'm traveling. I said what you decide on that, how they want to see it. And let them decide.
Okay, thank you.
Right on. Okay, very nice. Thank you, Julie. Got a rooster crowing here. Okay, back to our Universal Council. Back to our Universal Council people here. Should we carry on to the next slide, or how would you like to continue here? We're at about 3.5 hours.
To close it went well over. We have to think also the transcriber and everyone. So as much as we would love to go forward, we can follow these topics next week. But I think it's good to close it down. I mean, if anyone wants to say anything now. Yeah. Yes, this what I said before about the invitation to the Universal Council and the Universal Council supporter. That if you feel like that your soul want to contribute and is in line with what we're doing, you can apply to the Universal Council supporter, and there are the links here where to go. And then on the next page you see the email address of each Universal Council member. And of course, definitely we always need people of every nation to help us and support us. and to spread the knowledge as fast as we can. So thank you very much for your time.
Gatua, we can't hear you at all. Sorry, it's just coming through as noise. I'll have to mute you. Gatua, could you mute, please? I can't mute you. Okay, I'll have to put you into an attendee.
I can't mute him either.
Gatua, please stop. Yeah, I'll put him into attendee and see if we can stop him there. Gatua, please stop. He doesn't hear us.
He's not moving to attendee. There we go.
Gatua, if you can hear us now, your transmission was just completely garbled and very noisy. We couldn't hear anything. Sorry. Yes, the rooster's been crowing here, so definitely there's some meaning behind that, Mark.
Yeah.
And it's 11 o'clock in the morning. It's not like it's 6 o'clock in the morning here. Okay. Let's carry on then. We've got, I can't even get my screen to respond properly here. We have links to the Universal Council members that people can see on the screen, and you would have to copy those over manually in order to link to them or go to the website. Q&A and comments. Is there any other last comments, questions, or otherwise that we can address? Stefania says, the animation was great. We should get together for a cartoon of the soul. How does that sound? Cartoon of the soul.
Yeah, like animation, like a cartoon. Yeah, I think is great. You know, many. I thought about this ideas as well. So many knowledge seekers maybe they did as well, and
Absolutely.
maybe have a good skill to drawing like this woman.
Yeah, it's a good way to get through to the younger folks as well, and bring them the plasma teaching through that kind of artwork and other things that are available to children. We should be focusing a lot more on things, tools, and toys for children.
Dear Rick, can I say something?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say that, as my Messiah said, the two souls, the sun, the earth, is working together to become the visible light, to create the visible light. This time, restore what in essence we have in our soul, in the soul of man, to create. We are in the visible light going in the path. So this time, choose wisely, be careful, because our Creator wants us to live, to learn how to live like a true human being, to learn the nature of light, the knowledge. So this is what I also want to add, my dear Rick. Thank you, Stefania, and thank you all beautiful souls, those who are here. Thank you, Salomia, for your poetry, beautiful poetry. You always give the soul essence as you do. Thank you. Thank you. Salam, namaste, salute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sweta. And I do note we have one outstanding question. It was directed to Azar, actually. And Jackie says in the Q&A, I did not understand what Azar was talking about concerning the date of December 21st, 2020, and our need to be able to breathe in the water or else be left out. Can you clarify, Azar, about that? Do you have time right now to do that?
Yes, you know, I was making an analogy, like the in essence where we are, the level we are now. I imagine it to a level of being in the air. Could you hold a second, please? I have to quiet my staff. Hold on, please. Sorry. So when we're going from where we are now, we're going toward one planet, one nation, one race. It's going to be totally different. It's going to be everybody at the same level. Everybody's going to be peaceful. So I compare that to being, right now we breathe in the air. All of us are here at this level. Now suddenly I compare that, the whole environment of where we're going to be, the field of where we're going to be is going to be like water. I just give you imagination, like we are breathing air. Now the whole field of area you're going to live next time, I mean, next level or next understanding, imagine it's just like water. So what does it mean? It means that as a UC member, if you are elevated, if you understood the plasma, you should be breathing in that environment already, which I compared to the water. And then you should be able to guide the people in totality, all the UC member, to the new level of understanding, which brings the one planet, one nation, one race. It means the people who are going to go to the water now, that we, as a Universal Council member, we will lead them into the transition of that. We should be able to teach them what to expect and to help them with the elevation of their soul. So allow them to be able to survive in the new environment, which I made an analogy of the water. And those who resist it, which are some people resisting it, and actually you see it already, those are going to be kind of, they're going to have a difficult time. That's what I meant. And you know, another thing I want to add to this, when the other gentleman the other day was asking me about, if I come and I kill your brother in front of you, are you gonna sit there and do nothing to me? The only thing he doesn't understand is, it doesn't really matter to me if he comes and kill my brother or kill somebody else, because to me everybody is the same. There's no difference. There's no difference between my brother or next man or somebody I don't know. To me, they're all the same. The same way I get hurt, a stranger dies, I get hurt the same way my brothers. The only thing is I share a lot of memory with my brother. The extent of it could be more, but in the level of humanity, we have to understand is the same. The effect of it is the same. Because it doesn't matter who dies, it's the same. That's the way I see things. That's the way I perceive things. If someone gets hurt, I get hurt as much as, you know, somebody in my family or not. So that's why next level, instead of being from top down, we're all going to be, if you look at the circle, Mr. Keshe was talking about, in love, when we have unconditional love. Unconditional love is just like a circle. All the relationships are should be unconditional. They're like a circle, just a circle of love. If you put condition in it, you break the circle. Just like it's like a tennis ball. That's the I call it love. It's complete. It's round. You cannot divide it. But the minute you put condition in it, you slice it, and the wholeness of it has been taken away. In any relationship we go, it has to be unconditional. Actually, the flow of the plasma happens when we have no condition in our interaction. No conditions and no when and where and why should I do it or when should I do it. Because if you understand that the universe works in a very fluid and unique way, it always gives and takes very naturally. It doesn't force things, it doesn't think about it, it just happens. And if you understand that, all of us, we can in our interaction, we don't have to, actually, one of the best things, it happens to humanity when we become like that, the thinking actually thinking takes so much energy out of us. But when you start living, there's no more thinking because you just live. Because we think, because we want to always see what is in it for me, what is in it for the other one. But when you don't think about those things, there's no decision making because life happens to you. There's no thinking about anything. And then all those energy you spend to think about things, it goes away. So what stays in you is just life. And that's the beauty of it. No thinking, absolutely no thought. You just live the life.
It's also effortless in this way. Like this woman also said, she said, we're like antenna, just, we're a magnet, no? Like Mr. Keshe said. So just the fact we're a magnet, just the fact the way we are already, that's why Mr. Keshe said, we have to be responsible of our choices because you taking position just by being like you saying, and that is the beauty. It's also I'm a little bit lazy, so effortless in that sense. That if you just been and try instead of trying or thinking, I just want to say I agree with everything you said. Thank you.
And also, if you understand, another thing is, we all wear like and dislike on our sleeve. We put it external. When you do that, when you make your like and dislike, which is you, which is part of your soul, because you have certain aura, certain demeanor about you, certain the way you came to this world, you have that essence. That's your essence. That essence, which is internal. But a lot of us get out there, but we created this. All the stuff we create for ourselves as like a dislike, and we wear it around us as a flag. And then actually you walk with that flag and you walk into a room and you're actually shaking that flag, look who I am. But if you put that all aside and have nothing as you, not only you don't judge anybody, you can't judge because you have no flag. Because when I have dislike and like, what happens? When I walk in the room, I have to decide who I'm going to talk to. But when I know my own essence, this is my essence, which is internal, which makes me live, which make me think, which make me flow in this life. That's my essence. That's my flower. That's my seed. But I don't have to wear it on my head or my sleeve. This is tell everybody this is me. This is the way I am. This is the way I sleep. I eat. This none of that. None of that matter because that's my internal. When everything goes internal and have no flag, I can walk in the face of the earth anywhere and I can talk to anybody and anybody. It doesn't matter who they are, what they are. If the president, if the beggar, if the whoever they are, I can talk to them. I have no problem. Because I put everything that I think is good or bad, because the minute we see someone, we already, actually, the minute you do that, you create a fear around yourself. That's why people don't come to you. If you remove everything, suddenly you see tons of people come to you because you strip yourself from all the stuff you gathered within you. So the fear around you, imagine like the three, four magnet that Mr. Keshe put us on table and make them move. If on those magnets stick a lot of little things to them, you will see they're going to be different because you put additional thing to them. Human became like this. You have to become that bare magnet. You have to make yourself naked as you were born. When you make yourself naked as you were born, then you see things become so different. Everybody comes to you. You can, as I said, you cannot even judge because because that like or dislike you create for yourself, that field you created actually create that thought that brings out the like or dislike, or this is good, or this is bad, or this is beautiful. But everything becomes beautiful because there's no, just like the flower, you look at the flower is beautiful. When it dies, it's beautiful too. There's another aspect of flower. all of the aspect of flower is good. Like I'm alive, I'm beautiful. When I die, I'm beautiful too. There's no difference. You just always look at everything as that round, everything is a circle. Don't slice it. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments before we wrap up for today?
Rick, it's Dean again. I think with all the knowledge, and Azos just shared some wonderful intentions and thoughts there, that the question would be, humanity, what do you need? What do you need to sustain yourself? What do you need to be in peace and harmony with yourself? Bring that need forward so that we can create a function to aid you and to bring the peace within inside yourselves. I think that's all. Thank you, Rick.
Okay, I would suggest we wrap things up for today's show, which has been very full. Thank everybody for sharing.
Can I propose one thing, Rick?
Of course.
Can we have 1 minute silent, all nation, for this prophet of science?
Okay, that's a good idea. And can you pronounce his name, or do you have that handy?
Dr. Mehran Tavakoli.
Thank you.
Yeah, his name is Mohsen Fakhrizadeh.
Okay. So we'll start a minute of silence now for that person before we end the workshop.
Can I come in, please? Rick, I sent you a video which the Keshe Foundation Iran has made in the memory of the Iranian scientist, nuclear physicist who died, was killed on Friday. It's a respect and tribute to, as I said, to the Iranian knowledge seekers and the Iranian officials. Scientists are equal to the prophets. And in a way, we lost another prophet. He is one of the outspoken scientists, especially in COVID-19. He was heading one of the biggest researchers in COVID-19 in Iran. And he's a plasma technology. He's a plasma nuclear physicist like me. There are very few of us in the world. And is a key scientist in developing new technologies in plasma. It is horrendous in what we had to meet. And it's horrendous how and what was served to get this gentleman. It is disgrace to see such a thing, but as we said, as I written years ago, that the scientist, Rick is on your, what do you call it?
Yeah, it just came in here. Let me download it.
Yes, download it, and if you can play it, is silence does not pay for loss of a life. Praising to raise the soul of these people, scientists, is one of the cornerstones of our work. That killing does not answer. As I said to the Iranians, the same. It's time for change. It's time for not to take revenge, but to bring changes that we don't get to this point. And as I said, it's all in Farsi. You get the essence of it. And he is, or he was, the highest plasma physicist. And a nation could have. It takes tens of years to bring such a scientist up. And it is interesting how we see another fingerprint of Belgian government in this murder. It is under consideration, and this murder has and shows its fingerprint back into Belgium. We'll see. It'll be discussed. It'll be opened up in time, but we get suffering again by the hand of the same people. It does not stop. But in a way, we need to elevate their souls. Maybe one day this nation changes and all humanity changes for peace. Can you play it, Rick, please?
No, still downloading. It's pretty slow to download here.
Have you got a
sure
power
how much? Oh, I think it's just stopped. So just bear with me a minute to see if it came in. Okay, I've got it now.
That's a tribute from Keshe Foundation, Iran, and with condolences from Keshe Foundation to not only his family but to the Iranian nation for such a loss of a prophet, scientist. I wonder if the same thing would have been done to another scientist in America or Europe, would have been sitting down and enjoying themselves. Can you play it?
Okay. Yes, I've got it here now, and perhaps we can have the minute of silence after the video is played, unless Mr. Keshe wants to make some comments at that time. Okay, let's go ahead.
در زمان که می‌خوام در این سیستم همین
Rick, there is an echo.
وجود دارد که در زمان به حیات
Like there was extra noise in the video, which wasn't part of the video. Do you know why it was happening?
There's sorry, I can't even, having trouble with I can't even talk.
Reverberation.
System's all messed up. Having trouble with an update, and it's messed up the audio in several places here. I need to end this session and restart my computer.
I think we can close because I think you don't need to restart your computer. What do you think, Azar?
Sure, thank you. Yes, we can do that. Yes, thank you. Because I was wondering why the video was very strange noises coming. I thought I was in Twilight Zone.
Yeah, some sort of feedback or reverberation was going on.
It's the new Zoom update. Right now I can't even talk because I'm hearing myself in the headphones, and it's making it difficult to even speak. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for this sign of empathy to such a loss. to humanity, to Iranian nation, to plasma, and to a better future. And I hope he's so up there with help humanity in the path of peace, because now he's an angel free with power, and may his soul help us all. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Bless his soul. Thank you, the Iranian nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for attending today's 146 One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace for Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. Apologize for the interruption in the broadcast, especially with the live stream. We'll put up a new video there to replace the one that's existing. And I remind people there's also the Keshe Plasma Reactor group coming up on Wednesday, December 2nd at 7 a.m. Central European Time. And people are welcome to bring their projects and ideas into that format. And of course, we have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up Thursday at 9 a.m. Central European Time. Okay, I'm gonna end it now.
Thank you. It sounds you're in space. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, everyone.